Okay. So I'm a little bit late. I'm not really that late. I'm a kind of a normal late. I had meant to get on at 12:30. Start. I actually meant to start the actual stream at 12 o'clock, which I kind of did a little bit after the fact, and then I also meant to start exactly at 12:30. But you know, still a little slow. And then I do things and then I get off track and stuff. Anyways, right now I'm trying to find other places to be able to post my the links to my streams. Um, and so and really actually what I wanted to do is I wanted to find a subreddit that I could post a link to my stream that didn't have some sort of anti promotion thing. It's like if you go into the Adventure Games subreddit, you have to message a mod. Um, I actually posted it and asked if I could post uh, a link to my stream, and then they got removed. In fact, both of them got removed when I asked about it. Not not that I actually just outright posted it, or I might have posted it the first time, but then it got removed. So you know, as long as they allow you to do it, you know, I think most places should allow you to do it, unless you're spamming too much and they have a guideline that says don't do it. If you have something every day, post it once a week, or you know, they don't usually have rules like that. They're usually just like, you know, don't spam, and they don't really tell you what spam is exactly, even with self promotion. And I do always try to ask anyways before I actually do anything. So this is one's point and click adventures. Actually, there's a other community that I just asked to join. That's called, I think it was just called Adventure Games. I think, and it's pending. And then one of the deals is using inclusive language, and then the other deal was you can promote stuff but don't spam. And so I went ahead and asked to join it anyways. I'm gonna ask them if I can, how often I can post link to my deal. You know, just just saying that the language needs to be inclusive is a little, to me, is a little suspect, because that just speaks of being woke. Respectful to others, sure. I have no problem being respectful to anybody, regardless of what their thing is. Whether it be weird or not. As long as they're not trying to push stuff on me, then I join the community, and I treat others respectfully. So this one I can just join automatically. In fact, I think I can post to it, but I'm going to go ahead and ask them. And then this one is just indie games. Discuss, share, and promote indie games, your own or others. So let's see what it says. Don't be a jerk. Um, no discrimination, hate speech, and hate speech is a little suspect to me too. But I don't. I don't say a bunch of crap. I don't call people names, and I don't use swear words and that sort of thing. So that's not as much of a problem as the inclusivity rule. But don't be a jerk. I get that. Keep tweets centered around games. Sure. Explore and share. No spamming, please. Totally fine for a good meme or two. This is chill space. Don't go overboard. No NFT crypto products should be shared in this community. We're not interested. And see, they don't really have a thing. If you have an indie game, or if you want to talk about an indie game, you can post it. I still will ask them. I'll still post a deal where I won't actually post the link until I get permission. But this is actually fine too. In fact, I don't even have to ask to join. It automatically joins. It just says you need to follow the rules, and so that's what I'm doing here. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and give me a second. I'm gonna post here. Um, is it okay to post links to my dev streams? I'm developing an adventure game that will eventually become a point and click. It'll eventually become a point and click, but is starting out as a CYOA style. And I stream almost every day. So let me know if it's okay or if it's not allowed because it's not starting out as P and C. Developing am developing an adventure game. Eventually, will eventually become point and click. But starting out as a COAO stay. I stream almost every day, so let me know if it's okay or if it's not allowed because it's not starting as PNC. Okay, I guess that'll be okay. Post that there. Now I know I can probably do that here, but I'm also gonna ask here. Developing an adventure game in phases, starting with CYOA style, but then modifying it until it's a fully interactive point and click. Wondering if I can share my daily dev stream links almost every day. I should just take daily off because it's superfluous. My dev stream links almost every day. Okay. Okay, I'll just leave that like that. So these two can actually go ahead and just tell me if I can do that. Notification. Oh, yeah. Well, this retro. Oh shoot. Okay, there we go. This one came up on my timeline today, and it's funny because just yesterday I just started watching season 4 of Knight Rider off of Blu-rays. I have Blu-rays that I bought, and it's just funny because this is from season 4. Because this character, this guy back here, uh, he wasn't in it the first 3 seasons, so he's only in the 4th season. So I think that's funny. Anyways, it doesn't really matter at all. Oops, export notifications. Okay. Why do they keep on showing this Chloe in Wonderland thing whenever it's like explore? I don't know, one of the Kardashians or something. I don't know. It's a it's annoying. Okay, anyways, let's go to notifications and I guess let's get the thing started. And actually, really, I wanted to do these new communities so I can see if there's any actual. Let's see. There we go, Blender. If you post on Reddit, you'll get a woke mob after you. Quite likely. But if I find, yeah, the said to be it. To be honest, I think if you post on Reddit, you'll get a woke mob after you. Especially if you're still using Redot. Yeah, I said quite likely. Uh, if I find a subreddit that allows me to post my stream links every day, then I think I'll be safe. And I don't know if you understand why I'm saying that I'll be safe, but because a lot of these ones that have these, this inclusive stuff and this, this woke stuff, they're also often the ones that say you can't promote and you can't do this and have kind of restrictions. I get the no spamming thing because you can get really spammy. You could just like do all the time. Like it might be considered spamming if I do a link every day that I'm streaming. So but if it's a spamming thing, they should have in the rules no spamming, or they should have like this is what spamming means. It means you can't post something every day you know or whatever. I'm just saying. But I think if I found a decent one that just has no problem with me, that I don't have to message the mods per se. Not that I'm opposed to messaging the mods, but it just means that they're kind of more closed off. Because I think if you're discussing like indie games or point and clicks or whatever it is, yeah, adventure games, that they should just let you do it uh, as long as it's on topic and you're not harassing somebody or being a jerk or something. So if I ever started a an adventure game subreddit, I think I'm still the mod of the AGS subreddit, but I haven't gone in there in a long time, and I'm not even sure if I gave it up or I might have another mod in there, but I'm not even using the AGS anymore, so I haven't like been in there for a while. But yeah, um, if I was starting my own adventure game subreddit, uh, I think I would. My only rules would be that um, actually I don't know if I'd even have a spamming rule. I'd be like don't spam stuff from something else. Let it be related to adventure games or even games in general. Just generally on topic. I wouldn't be like super strict. Just make sure it's not obscene and uh, yeah, everything's safe for work and that you're not being a jerk to everybody. That's how I would handle things. I'd say pretty much anything goes as long as it's not illegal or um, obscene, immoral or whatever in general. But anyways, let's see. Okay, so I gotta get this thing done with Sir William here. Let's see. I think I need to pull up here. Let's not worry about Reddit there. Let's try shoot, I might be able to. Let's go to indie games here subreddit just in case because I don't think it's going to be an indie game. What are the rules? Where are the rules to this for this? Um, I normally have something in the side here. All games welcome. Any stage of development. Make sure to post an animated GIF, GIF, WebM, or screenshots in your posts. Your posts so we can see what the game is about. YouTube vids are also welcome. Don't use URL shorteners. Okay. Contact online video game magazines such as okay, try to get them to run the story. Okay. Read the rules. There we go. There's the rules. See, I might be able to post the link to my stream every day there without problem. Game promotion must include an image, GIF, video showing some footage. Okay. I don't really have that kind of a footage thing right now because I'm just working on the story part. Um, evading auto mod. Require users to post screenshot. I could just like do I could almost just post an existing screenshot of what the last thing looked like. Don't be posting offers for services. Okay, don't overpost. Oh, see, this has a post limit here, which is not really a problem. Exactly. In fact, I could uh I could almost do a like a daily like a devlog, but where a single thread posting each of my things here. No adult content, no cross posting. Be civil and respectful. Don't put your age in post title. No promotions of YouTube or Twitch channels, podcasts, or other socials. See, this is the thing, right? This is a little bit iffy here. And so, even though I'm not, wouldn't actually be promoting specifically my YouTube channel. See, Twitch streamers, most Twitch streams are game playing, but I'm sure there are some Twitch streamers that do game development, and I don't know why that would not be permittable in an indie games subreddit. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I just it kind of gets me with some of these rules. Not that you don't need rules because some people can abuse some things. They can post a bunch of crap and it could be bad, or they could be harassing somebody, or I know there's like a reasonable things here, but when they say don't post your socials or whatever, at half the time you get on these things so you can post your socials. I mean, that's what you do. Especially if you're making games. If you're making games, you want them to see your socials so that they see what you're making. And so, as far as promotion, I don't think that's a good deal not to allow most things, as long as it's reasonable. Like the two post 2 times per week. That's fine. That's a limit on how many times you can do it, right? Um, and so I would follow that if that was like the only rule. Anyways, what am I trying to going to do here? I'm going to go to ChatGPT because I was already in a discussion discussing um, my thing here. Okay, so there's yeah. I was trying to find a way of introducing Sir William that doesn't require dialogue, or like a visible means of doing anything other than walking around. Um, I might come up with a um, I don't know if I'll do that with the unicorn sign language or not. I might come up with a deal in an interface where Sir William can do some unicorn sign language while he's still not able to speak in human speech. But I don't know. That might be too much for just being like it'll be a part of the game, but it'll be kind of the smallest part of the game. So it might be better just to leave that as a puzzle fun thing. And like I said, if I was really smart, I could probably find out a way of making a like a dialogue puzzle where Sir William tries to say something and the other guy tries to figure out what he's saying. So I was talking about the sign language thing. Well, Sir William knows, um, I'm cursed or whatever, or like Sir William would say he was cursed as a unicorn or something. But the only thing he could do is kind of make some like horse noises and like move his hoof around or something. And so if I was really smart, I could create a kind of a funny deal where you have to teach the other person what you're saying. You have to somehow indicate what you're saying, and it might be because the idea is that the different signs for different words is kind of limited because they're hooves, they're not hands. So uh, it could mean like a depending on how you do it, it could mean if like if you circled your hoof, to the right, right, you did like this kind of motion, and here, like that. Anyways, and but then he thinks you're doing it this ways, and so he has to learn that no, it's this way is the right way, even though he supposedly has a book that to understand. The easier way, and probably, I mean, I guess the safer way is the other way around, where the puzzle is on John's side, where he has to look up in the Unicorn Sign Language book the gestures, what the gestures mean. And so when he does this thing like this, then you have to actually look it up in the Unicode Sign Language book, and then you have to select the correct dialogue, right? That might be easier. It might be even a little bit better. And that could actually be something that will develop into an actual puzzle in the actual interactive portion of the game. Even in the text parser version, because you'll be like it'll say like he circles his hoof to the right, or or something like that, or clockwise or whatever, and then look up look look unicorn, look book or something, and it says unicorn sign language, you know circle right means cursed, circle left means some other thing, not cursed or something, I don't know, but just like I could still make it into a puzzle even in a text parser, in the text parser version. So I might keep it like that. Okay, so um, investigate who's there. Quick decision urgency approach. Freeze, try to stay hidden, turn and run. Someone is following you. Investigate. So these were suggestions that ChatGPT gave me as to the immediate problems. Play yourself a small puzzle. He pauses at the ground, frustrated, lowers his head, nudges fallen book. Yeah, right. Um, okay. Okay, so, all right. Mystery approach. Um, these are good ideas, but Chat GPT is kind of taking the further approach. Hey, I'm still, mine is going, right? Yeah, everything's good. It looks good through there. Actually, let me listen to it in here. Um, okay, yeah, I can hear myself. That's okay. Okay, so anywho, um, I'm gonna actually, even though I could go through these. Okay, choose your own style adventure. It needs to be clear, interactive way, in a way that guides players' choices, making sure the player understands their own predicament without dialogue at first. This is actually the correct way. So, but maybe I'll ask it again to do it in a kind of a list, just like list ways I could introduce Sir William's problem. Um, um, instead instead of presenting ideas um, as example. What the weird? I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? Oh, I never know it could do that. I messed with the mouse wheel, and it was up here, and it switched tabs on me. And I was like, "What the heck is going on?" I didn't know that I could switch tabs by that. Of course, back down here in the main area is the scrolling. It just works as a scrolling. Anywho, let's get this party started. Um, okay, so I'm instead of presenting ideas uh, as opening text and choices, um, just list out ideas of introducing Sir William's problem. Um, Without dialogue. and come up with about 10 or so. Here, let's see. Okay. Sir William tries to scratch words in the dirt with his hoofs, but struggles to do his form. Okay, so that's not going to work. That's only when he's with others. That's not with the player. Okay. All right. Yeah, yeah. Actually, the medallion thing was actually a thing that I had thought up. Um, it was something based on what ChatGPT suggested, some sort of magical item or something. I forget. Okay. So, eliminate. Eliminate. Wait. Eliminate any item uh, where he's trying to communicate to another character. Instead, just focusing on um, introducing his problem to the reader slash player without dialogue. Here's 10 ways without actively trying to communicate. He sees the reflection, reacts with visible frustration, sorrow, emphasizing that this form is unwanted. Okay, so that was the thing that he the Chat GPT said earlier. I was thinking, yeah, actually, probably he could go and look in the reflection, and Sir William the man would be in the reflection, and so uh, that would work even in text. He'd say, looking into the water, and it's like, okay, so he'd look in the water. How would he know he was a unicorn? Um, yeah, that's a good thought because I was gonna do that. I don't know, maybe it's magic or somehow. Uh, okay. Mirror or water reflection. Okay, sees reflection. Okay, I get that. Struggles with a sword. He comes across the discarded sword and instantly tries to pick it up, but fails due to his hooves hinting at lost identity. Armor or medallion. Piece of knightly armor, tattered cape, or a medallion is still attached to him, contrasting oddly with his unicorn form. That's yeah. That's what I was thinking. Somebody suggested that. I was thinking like maybe he had a medal like pinned on him, and it's on his chest. And I don't know if it's would hurt or not. I mean, yeah, if a pin was stuck into your body, that would hurt. But since this is magic, and since this is I don't know if I would go to the fact that it would hurt or whatever. Although it could be suggestive. I mean, it could be a thing where one of the things to do would be to actually remove the metal. But since the heroes encounter him in Lapswood, um, that wouldn't automatically be a thing. They try to talk to him or whatever. Anyways, so yeah, maybe it's a metal hung around his neck though, like a necklace or whatever. It has a ribbon and the ribbon goes around your neck and connect to a metal. Maybe he has that. Activate a magical rune with his hoof. Nothing happens. Yeah, he wouldn't do that. He wasn't really involved with magic, anyways. Other than what goes on in Enchanted Lands. Symbolic carving or grave, suggesting something forgotten or lost. I mean, yeah, but how is that introducing Sir William to the player or the reader? I have to think about that for a sec. Battle Scars, Fatal, playing a more resilient past. Yeah, um, that scars and things that's identifiable to them would only be of use to another character. That is, if Hubert saw it and he recognized the scar and he went, "Wait, there's only one person that had a scar like that," you know, and so that would, I mean, that's a way you could kind of indicate to others. So that's still to do with others. Chained or marked hoof. One of his hooves bears an old broken shackle or mysterious brand, in a past captivity or magical altercation. Yeah, that's a possibility. I want to be able to communicate with the player or reader. So he's standing and he wants to, okay. Um Hesitation at a castle or monument. He pauses when passing an old castle, training ground, or an monument. As if some serves as memories. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. In fact, maybe at some point he walks by night school, and maybe there's actually a statue of him being the hero of whatever battle. And there's something. Yeah, that's one of the ways. There's something similar. Okay. Um. Let's see. Okay, that's actually a good one. So the mirror one, the armor medallion one, um, the um, the hesitation at monument thing, out of place, walk stiff, almost military. That's a possibility, but again, that's something that maybe would be um, recognizable by characters, not necessarily the player. And well, see, visually, I don't know that I could do it in such a way that would suggest his predicament. I could probably do that in text. You know, I'd be like, he starts walking and almost as though you were marching, you know, kind of thing. Um, because when you're introduced to him, you're not going to know his story, and nobody knows what happened to Sir William, not even Hubert. So the only knowledge you're going to have of Sir William before when you're playing it or reading it is if I tell you what it is, or like I said, if I suggest something to you. Pause the ground like a challenger. Um, okay, so let me do. We're playing. We're still getting somewhere, I guess. I'm still getting some ideas here, and so it's just coming really slow. This is like the last part, and this is like also the hardest part. And there's not a question. I'm not gonna like remove him. I'm not gonna make him a non-player character. He's a major character. He's actually really major to the story here, and so um okay. So um so two lost identity. I don't feel a player or a reader would um would gain any information at just buying a uh, sword. Okay, three, four, four. Um, Sir William wouldn't have anything specifically to do with magic other than use what's anything specifically to do with magic. He's a oh, military officer and a soldier. Okay. 5. Symbolic carving or grave would probably not be. Would probably not convey any information to the audience. Say, 6. 6. Would only mean something to a character that knows about battle or Sir William himself, not necessarily the audience. 7. Actually, I don't know if 7 is a possible thing. Kane or Mark Tuff. 7, I'm kind of unsure about. The audience wouldn't necessarily pick it up, but maybe if it's explicit enough, it could convey some information. Let's see, 8. Okay, that 8, it was a good one. 9. I don't think a player or reader would pick up on something like that other than it looking a bit odd. 10 is automatically a no-go since he's going to be fleeing the Black Knight and essentially doing that anyways. That would at least essentially doing that anyways. Okay, I'll leave it like that. So this leaves 1. Let's go backwards. So this leaves 8 as a good candidate, since he could be viewing a statue of himself, and there might even be some resemblance. Okay, 8, right? 7, 6. Old scars, no. Symbolic, no. Okay. 3. 3 is not a bad idea. Maybe a medallion he was wearing with a ribbon. Maybe it's something he always carries with him. Let's see, 2. 1 is good. However, I'm thinking maybe he sees his human reflection, but the problem is, how does he know he's a unicorn if he just sees his uh, original reflection? All right, we'll just leave it like that. Resemblance. Okay, so let's see what ChatGPT says about that. Okay, let's see what we got. What we got here. Sworn price. This could make the player wonder about his connection. Okay, so that's not a bad idea. Okay, so maybe we can establish through these couple of ideas what his identity is, but then something about the curse, we have to convey that. And then we also have to convey what his mission is, which is to find a way to break the curse. Medallion with ribbon. It's a clear sign of his past rank and identity. That's good. Seeing his reflection method. May reflection ray flickers between forms or distorts into something unnatural before selling it to his unicorn form. This way, he still knows he's a unicorn. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Actually, that's correct. For a second, he sees the image flicker. Um, he sees the reflection flicker a little bit in the form of a man, like a super handsome, whatever kind of dude, buff dude or something. Um, he knows uh, reflection lags or shifts unexpectedly. Uh, okay. So those three are okay, and I like your modified idea number one. The reflection flickers a bit between his human form and his actual form. Um, uh, seeing the reflection whenever he tumbles, later stumbles a statue of the night that resembles his human self. Um, can keep them separate for the time being. Um, probably use all three. Now, these at least hint at his past life, but I still need to convey his predicament. Predict. Maybe it's two eyes. No, predict a mint. Okay, not mint as in minty, but I still need to convey his predicament that he was turned into a unicorn, and also, what was the other thing? Convey his predicament, and also that he's searching for a way to break the curse. See those three ideas about uh, showing that he was a knight in the past is good because I can actually have him do something. There'll be things like he'll walk by the night school, and I have to have a reason and a way of him going over to night school. Maybe that might be a thing that I have to figure out. But that each of those things are good. So non-verbal ways, a broken chain or shackle around his leg. Yeah, suggesting he's being imprisoned before being transformed. Maybe. A lingering magical aura runes on his body. Um, I don't know if I want to get. Yeah. There could probably be some interactions with some non-player characters that actually suggest stuff too. Some humor, maybe in Sigley Boys, a sword or armor, or Knight's sigil. Natural change. Yeah, you can't really. I mean, you could climb up somewhere or go walk in somewhere, but and actually that could be a thing too. Maybe he's trying to get anybody, and it can be anybody. It doesn't have to be somebody specific. Like they encounter Hubert and stuff in the forest, the forgetful forest, and so let's think about this for a second. Um, so maybe he can't. The digging through old scrolls or books in a ruined tower or archive might not be that good of a deal. But if he goes in there and he starts pulling books off the shelf for somebody to look at, um, and that's a thing that could be turned into a puzzle too, right? Because he could go in and basically the idea is okay. So the player isn't going to know what's interactive and what's not, right? Actually, in this version, it's not even going to be a thing. It's just going to say, Sir William walks into, and I don't even know if we know his name. The unicorn walks into a library and starts pulling books off the shelves, and um, or he walks into a library, he sees shelves full of books and scrolls, and some tables nearby, and the librarian looking at him rather strangely because a unicorn in there, and maybe he thinks it's odd or something. What do you want to do? Do you want to approach the try to talk to the librarian? Maybe the librarian he won't have a clue what you're saying. Maybe he has to do that to get him to respond to you. In other words, maybe if you went over to the bookshelves and started pulling off books and stuff on the floor and stamping your foot, maybe they just kick you out, and each time they kick you out, and you won't get anywhere unless you went and quote unquote talk to the librarian um, as a thing. Now, you're in unicorn form and you don't know what to do, and the one of the options is talk to the librarian. Now, I can show that in a choose your own adventure pretty easily that ways. Interactively, I probably couldn't, because he'd stand in there. You'd have to walk over and then you still have the component of the interactive part, the computery part, you might say, the actual user interface. So the actual user interface is going to be some sort of icon thing. In fact, if I'm going to do my pie menu, it's going to be like the pie menu. So you'll have all the options of the pie menu available to be able to mess with the librarian. But you can mess with the librarian. So if you did a deal where you talk to the librarian, and then you say you make with a series of whinnies and nays and hoof stampings, you attempt to communicate with the librarian, but the librarian only stares at you, even more confused than when you walked in. And then one of the things you could do is you could interact with the bookcase. Maybe you could interact with the bookcase before, but until you actually quote unquote talk to the librarian, you know. Um, and if you go in and mess with the bookcase, then they throw you out every time. But I'd still need to find a way of hinting that you need to talk to the librarian without saying it. But that's okay. So that's a little bit in the future, right? Um, Observing or following wizards, scholars, or magic users from a distance, hoping they might have knowledge of breaking curses. Okay, so the one thing that we do know is, okay, that's not actually not a bad idea, but the one thing we do know is that he'll probably be able to walk around enchanted lands. In fact, he'll be able to walk in most areas that's like not inside a building or something in most cases. But he'll be able to walk to the different lands. He'll be able to walk to the Wizard U even if there's nobody there except maybe a wizard or something. That's a thought. Up to this point, I haven't actually thought about um, non-player characters because the only non-player character I have in there is the cook and maybe the headmistress of Princess Prep, and she was only in the in my little narrative that I was starting to write, not in the plot line, because plot outline because it wasn't. I don't know if it was necessary, or I don't know if maybe I did write it in the plot outline. I'll have to check it here in a sec. Okay, so digging through old scrolls. That really wouldn't serve a purpose, but the one thing he could do is get somebody else to look at it by pulling them off the shelves and stuff. That would be a that would be a thing. Maybe it opens up. Maybe one of the books that falls on the thing opens up to a unicorn, something to do with unicorns or something. That would not be showing he was cursed. Might be something. Observing falling wizards. Okay, trying to recreate human actions. Grip an object with a hood, set frustrated by his form. Visiting or standing near landmarks tied to transformations, maybe staring at a wishing well, enchanted mirror, or a shrine dedicated to breaking spells. Any of these work for you? Yeah, only a couple. Um, Nothing in 4, 5, or 6. However, digging through old scrolls or books wouldn't exactly be fruitful. Fruitful. However, if he was doing it to uh, pull someone's attention over to something, that might work. However, 7, digging through all the circles, if he's doing pull someone's attention over, that might work. Following wizards, etc., might work okay too. Um, okay. Boy, this is like pulling teeth, ain't it? Um, Someone else who knows. Okay, that specifically is about correct. Staying hidden as if observing, but unsure of how to approach. Yeah, yeah, and the interactions, they're gonna be kind of unusual because there's no unicorns left in Enchanted Lands now. So there'd be things like, I thought the Black Knight had already, hunted you down, and so there'd be hints. There'd be other characters that would talk to Sir William. But when you're starting out, that's not what would happen, and so William needs to walk somewhere where there's other people and where there's things that he can do to help indicate. Okay, wish granting place, wishing well, shrine, old faded inscription on a wall or monument might be worn away. It could have once described transformations or magic. these work better for you? There's a thing that I just thought of. 7 is a definite possibility. I'm also considering something else. Um, so I just thought about this. Um, Now, he's not going to be as dexterous or as nimble or whatever as Hubert would be trying to get into Wizard U. But maybe there's a way he gets into Wizard U somehow. Um, Now, you're going to be exploring things. Maybe, in fact, it'll be kind of interesting because maybe if you go to the different schools, you'll pick up a different thing each place. I know at the night school there will be a monument to Sir William when he was in his human form. A Wizard U, if he could find a way in there, and he could brute force his way in there. He's like a horse, right? And he's got this horn. Maybe it's super sharp. Maybe unicorn horns are like super sturdy and hard and can be used to gore things. So maybe use it to ram open a door to go in or whatever. So basically, as a player, you're going to be just exploring things. Sir William's going to be standing there, and it's going to say, Sir William, I don't know if I even call him Sir William again, right? Because the player doesn't really know. Nobody knows who Sir William is at this point. The character Hubert knows who Sir William is. Some of the characters in Enchanted Lands know, but the player does not know who Sir William is, nor who this unicorn is. So he's just going to be simply referred to as the unicorn at first. So, what was I saying? Um, Let me think. Um, I think. What's he gonna do? Oh, if he got into Wizard U, he could go to the library at Wizard U, and maybe there's a section on there on like curses or something. It could even be the Fairy God College, but Wizard U might make more sense for this kind of thing to be in there. So it'd be like Book of Curses, and maybe one of the things he can do, even though he can't turn pages with his hands, maybe he can turn pages with his horn. So that's actually not a bad idea too. He could actually find a lot about that. In fact, it would convey it to the audience when they did that. So somebody gets in there, somebody's able to pull off. Maybe you don't even need that library in the other part or something, because maybe it's Wizard U that you're dealing with here, and that would kind of help. That would kind of help tie everything together because Wizard U is an important location, so maybe Sir William managed to go there. Maybe it's the schools that he managed to go to. Um, Now what was that? Oh yeah. Well, he could go to any library and pull stuff down. Maybe he manages to brute force his way into Wizard U. Um, Wizard University. I don't know if that's in your memory or not. Um, Managed to brute force his way into Wizard U, goes to their library and pulls and pulls down some books, one of which happens to open on, you know, let me look at some. What's transmogrify? I want to know what that means. What does that mean? To change thoroughly to different shape or form. convert, be thoroughly transmogrify. Okay, that actually applies on will actually be curses, right? And maybe he can turn pages of this book with his horn. And one of the pages is about transmogrification. Um, Mogrify. Wait, Oh, Mog, not Morg. Transmogrification. About transmogrification. Is in my memory. It sounds like a solid way to establish his predicament. Makes his struggle feel active, not just wandering around aimlessly, but trying to find a solution despite his limitations. Using his horn to turn pages is a nice touch too, since it highlights both his intelligence and the inconvenience of his current form. And if the book opens directly to curses or transmogrification, that's a clear way to signal his problem to the player without dialogue. Would he get caught sneaking in, or does he manage to slip in unnoticed? Yeah. It, it's screaming. Um. Okay, so well, he'd be pretty hard pressed to sneak in. That's why I said brute force. He probably knocks open the door with his foot. Of course, the player is just exploring and interacting, but it will do something with the door to allow him in. I don't know if um, he would be caught, or even if he was, um, I don't know uh, who would catch him and why. Proof interesting. Maybe there is a normal, maybe it's magically sealed in his curse, being ignorant intentionally interacts. Well, it was just gonna be that I wasn't gonna do that. I was just gonna have him like smack into it. It's actually well, I was just planning on having him knock open the door with his horn. There would probably be no one there as the school is closed. As the school is closed. Uh, Maybe the library has magical protections that should prevent unauthorized access. I mean, it could if they close up the schools. They might have done so magically. That might have been a thing that he did, possibly. I know at one point, Fairy God College had a magical shield that had to be fought through. Um, let's see. Let's see. Magical projections. Okay. So this empty can really lean in the atmosphere. When he finds a book on curses, Bane's already open or falls from a higher shelf as meant for him to see. He can flip the pages with a swarm, landing on looking for a way. Any other useful info in the library, or just keep focused on this predicament for now? Ooh, I've hit the free pan, did I? That's fine if it uses. I don't even care if it uses another bottle. I'm just using this to bounce stuff off of, honestly. So, I can't think of anything useful at the moment. Um, Hubert does manage to find one of the Hall of Fame paintings missing, which happens to be Max's, and the other paintings uh, seem as though the wizards were trapped in the paintings, hinting at something magical. Like Max had entrapped them all into their own paintings. Idea being Hubert was elsewhere, otherwise he'd be trapped as well. Okay, that's a great detail. The missing painting of Max and the other wizards trapped in the paintings would definitely heighten the mystery and give a sense of looming danger. It also raises the stakes. Yeah, and I haven't really thought of it, but there should be some occasion where I show the Hall of Fame. Uh, Maybe when the schools are closing, maybe I'll do like a cursory showing of the inside of each of the schools, and one of them would be the Hall of Fame paintings, um, and showing them as looking normal. Okay, showing that Max's influence extends even in places like Wizard U. Okay, this could add to Sir William's plight as he's desperately searching for a way to reverse the curse. Only find that Max may have been involved in other manipulation affecting wizards too. This might further motivate him to team with Hubert. Um, as for Sir William, when he flips through the book, he gets unsettling feeling. Yeah, I don't know if I don't even know if I put. I don't even know if I put Hubert's painting in the Hall of Fame paintings in any iterations of the story, but he would most likely have a painting in there. Maybe it has a big X on it, or maybe someone painted in a fake mustache and beard to deface the painting. Hubert already has a mustache and beard, though. Although that that could be a joke, as in they're drawing a mustache and beard over the top of the real one. Sounds like a perfect touch of humor. A fake mustache and beard drawn over Hubert's real one could definitely be helpful enough to his personality, maybe even poke fun at his own. Uh, is doing so to mock him would serve as a little joke about Hubert might be perceived or misjudged by others. It would make sense to include it, maybe with a bit of sarcastic commentary from those who didn't take him too seriously. Having the X uh, or the altered mustache on his painting would play the mystery. Um, yeah, and that could actually still be a that could still be a clue for Sir William. That could also be a clue for Sir William. It would only convey um, some hint at information. All of the paintings uh, seem to have words in them, but only one looks like a normal painting, with the exception of this funny little mustache and beard. So that would include the player reader that Hubert is somehow important. This is actually kind of hard. This is kind of funny. It's not hard because of his character. Coming up with this character was kind of quick and easy. In fact, it was just copying Beauty and the Beast and kind of turning it on its head a little bit, and making it an actual important part of the story to get him out of the way. They turn him into a Jill. But this is actually quite the feat, trying to figure out a way of conveying to somebody that first, he is a unicorn that used to be a man. Secondly, he's been cursed, so he has to have something that shows him that he's being cursed. And third, showing what he's trying to do to fix it. The book having the transmogrification spell in it, saying the only way you can turn this back is by contacting another wizard at the same level, or the same grade or something. Maybe we could do like color grades, like you know Radagast the brown and Gandalf the gray turns into Gandalf the white. Uh, White wizard, which Saruman was supposed to be the white wizard until he got corrupted. Do something like that where they have different like ranks based on the whatever color or something. Uh, let's see. Transmogrification intensifies. Transmogrify always reminds me of Red Dwarf. Good word. I know what Red Dwarf is, but I probably haven't seen the episode you're talking about. I think I've only seen like one episode or clips or something, but I have seen it before. A unicorn that used to be a man might require a mature rating. Eh. Mhm. I don't really know what you're talking about. What robot? Anyways, yes. Okay, so let's see. Clever way. Okay, must just be very contrast between the paintings. Hewitt's paintings, lighthearted defacement. You even have the player reader wonder if Hewitt's deface painting might actually them a clue about how to free the other wizards. Maybe it's connected to magic play, like a hint. Hewitt's legacy could be the key to break the enchantment. Would you want to add a moment of reflection from Sir Williams? He notices this. Um, um, it will suggest that Hubert is important, and maybe the combination of clues will tell the player slash reader everything they need to know. I still have to present it in a way that shows the clues are part of the same problem. For instance, the statue and reflection indicates he was a man. The book indicates that the transmogrify curse could be in effect, and the significance of Hubert's defacement, Hubert's paintings defacement, indicates that there's something a bit more special about him than the other wizards in the other paintings. Some unicorn men are bigger than others. Yeah. Here. Wow. Keep it clean. Keep it clean there. Yeah, White High Robot. And keep it clean. Family friendly. All ages appropriate. Remember that. I know you're hitting at something that's not. No, I don't know exactly what you mean, but I get the hint. I get the hint of what you're talking about. I don't know what the term means, and I probably don't want to know what the term means. So, anyways, let's see. The collection of clues that will when put together, reveal this. Well, explicitly saying up front, each clue should offer a piece of the puzzle, but it's up to the player to put them together. These clues suggest Sir William passes as human, so the player understands there's something off about him now. The book gives the clue a concrete explanation for what happened to him, occurs possibly tied to the magic process turning him into a unicorn. This clue deepens the player's understanding. This ties the whole thing together. The face painting suggests that Hubert's important, or at least different from the other wizards in the paintings. Maybe there's something about him that holds the key to Sir William's curse, or could be related to breaking it. Aha moment. Curse. Okay. I don't know if somebody could have the aha moment though. That would be the plan. I might have to hint stronger. In other words, the book might say could transform any person into into anything. A unicorn. It could be like a dragon, a unicorn. You know, so Sir William's a unicorn. So I'd have to actually put in a little bit more hinty. uh, it seems like you need to shut up, White Hot Robot. That's all I can say right now. I wasn't born yesterday. It doesn't mean I know specifically what you're talking about. Family friendly just means something that's not adult in nature, and I don't need to describe what adult in nature means. So I don't know. You're testing me a little bit, and okay. So aha moment, adding layer interdependence. You want to avoid is making any one clue feel too obvious or disconnected from the others. So it's great that you're thinking about how to weave them together. You can present each clue in different ways and settings, so the player gradually forms a coherent understanding. Do you like to brainstorm? Um, mostly there. Hold on a sec. Okay then. All right. Great here. I probably need to be a bit more explicit as to transmogrification process. I might suggest in the book. That you could turn someone into anything: a frog, a dragon, a unicorn, something of this nature. They put it together. Don't necessarily want to hand them everything, but I don't want to be too obtuse either. Well, quite interesting. Who was it? I remember who it was. Was it? I don't remember if it was you, but someone had suggested that was it you who told me that possibly Cantaloupe, he's in the Blender channel, and maybe he was even in game dev. That was kind of spamming the channel. Okay. Okay. You probably heard me right now, but that's okay. Anywho, all right. Okay, yes, striking the balance is key, leaving enough breadcrumbs for the player to put things together, but not so vague that leaves them frustrated or confused. For the transmogrification process, you could go with something like book passages, refers to daggers. After one's very form, transform them into a creature now they're choosing. The illustrations pick various creatures, frog, dragon, oddly unicorn, each bringing eerie likeness to their original selves. It seems the curse doesn't change one's shape, but strips away their identity for something. Okay, that kind of description would offer enough of a nudge, suggesting that Sir Williams transformed into something animal or beast without explicitly spelling it out. From there, the player can piece together the hints, the reflection of the statue, and other clues like the face of the painting. By the time the player reaches the point where he realizes he's human before, okay. That kind of works we still need to convey a goal or purpose. So I'm not sure if just presented with Sir William just standing in the middle of the screen, or just a description in phase one here. Let's see. Or just as a description in phase one here. Or just as a description in phase one here. Would tell the player or reader what's going on. So I still need to find a way for to suggest the player go do something. There might be interactivity, but that's not really a goal. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Um. All right. Great point. Just presenting Sir William without a clear direction for the player could leave them a bit directionless in the early stages. It's important to hand it a goal or sense of purpose, or even exploratory phase. Here are some ways you can subtly suggest a goal or purpose for Sir William's predicament while keeping the tone light and exploratory. Clue through the environment. Perhaps the environment around Sir William sets his glow without explaining so. If he's stuck in the forest near a magical area, subtle environmental cues could nudge the player. For instance, scattered scrolls or books around him. Hayden's been searching for the answers or researching how to break his curse. A broken compass or map could be visibly nearby, signifying his search for something important, maybe a place or ritual, or a person who holds the key to his curse. This would imply that Sir William is actually trying to break the curse. Okay, so in their direction, you sure sends curses can be undone. Something about the statue feels strangely familiar. That's a possibility. Main objectives and or clickable clues. Clicking on the interactive nearby item. Okay. Internal monologue or narrative commentary. That I'm still not sure I want to do, but maybe. What's the idea? You can incorporate light internal commentary. Is something out there? Okay, so I guess so. There's one thing that I could do. I didn't think about this, and that is, um, you show the information anyways. You're introducing a character. The character knows who he is. You know, he just can't communicate with other characters, but you can express. In other words, Hubert is a wizard, and you kind of learn that almost instantly, almost right when you see him or hear about him. So Sir William knows it was a knight. Um, so maybe all this other stuff isn't necessary. Um, I just thought of something. Probably Sir William knows who he is. He just can't communicate it. Um, he just can't communicate it. Yeah. Someone else suggested in some other channel, maybe here or Discord, that he was kind of spamming. He was kind of going there too. Um, don't remember. Anyways, okay. Pardon me for a second. Um, I don't know how to stream on X, and I probably need a premium account to do so. Okay, probably Sir William, he just can't communicate it. Um, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do this though. Because um, I'm not sure how I should approach this though. I have to think of how I introduce the other characters. Um, Interesting. I need to look at or play a few classic adventures so I can get a sense of how they're introduced. It's been a while since I played one myself. He knows he can't communicate. Nonverbal interaction into the narrative. Nonverbal ways. Here. Let's examine one. Actually, I already remembered in the Secret of Monkey Island Guybrush. First appears on and states his name and his goal. You describe how they introduce Ghost Pirate LeChuck in the first game. Describe. I forgot. This is ChatGPT. It probably knows. LeChuck isn't immediate scene, but rather his presence is strongly felt throughout the beginning of the game. His ghostly legend talked about by various characters, particularly the pirate leaders and other locals in the town of Melee Island. Right. They mention how terrifying he is, building up his reputation. His name even evokes fear, setting up major. Okay, that's okay. All right. A real sight of LeChuck comes when stumbles across the ghost ship, which is anchored just off Melee Island. The ship itself is an eerie haunted vessel with an ominous design, clearly titled LeChuck, but it's not until later that the player realizes it's a ship. Later, Guybrush has interaction with LeChuck's crew are skeletal and ghostly, and further emphasize the idea. After you've encountered the ghost ship and heard the rumors about him, the first reveal of LeChuck is through the pirate leader's description and the voice actor's booming censorship. Yeah, in fact, actually, I don't think they have voice acting for the first one. So, um, maybe it's mixing it up with some other, the other Monkey Island games. Uh, King's Quest 4, Perils of Rosella. So the king dies, and is on the brink of death, and so his daughter Rosella, they introduce her through the opening cutscene. What can we learn? Build the legend first. Yeah. Okay. Use the environment. Right. Gradual reveal. Visual audio cues. Okay. That's the antagonist. So maybe not quite as appropriate. Hmm. So threat, then a synthetic complex background. We want for someone like is introduced. It's a different tone since he's the hero, not the villain. It still offers insight of how the character's motivation. Shipwrecked on a mysterious island. His goal. Okay, yeah, it's kind of going. Okay, so direct dialogue. Still thinking. Actually, Prince Alexander is described in the opening cutscene. as he sees the Seema in the magic mirror, he calls his mother and says, he wants to find her or some such. I don't remember the exact opening here. So, yeah. Anyways. Okay. Okay. You're right. Prince Alex Maverick. There's dialogue in the opening cutscene where he sees. In front of a reflective surface upon a mirror or even a window, might not immediately realize the reflection is started due to his curse. The player can notice how his reflection flickers between a man and a unicorn, with the human side being the one he recognizes. Internal struggle. His inner conflict. Goal reveal. Yeah, symbolic action. I guess I'm trying to figure out whether he's going to have an internal monologue that the player can read or not, or the opposite is the amnesiac idea where he doesn't know who he is or what he's doing. Now, in this case, he wouldn't have amnesia, but it would be handled in the same manner. The player effectively acting as a surrogate and not knowing what to do or what's going on has to discover it. Two approaches. Because he can't speak, he communicates read thoughts, visual text. Yeah. That's kind of interesting because when I was thinking about subplots, I was going, oh, what's the plot in the subplot? Maybe Sir William's plot is piecing what happened to him. Maybe he doesn't remember, and maybe that's a good idea because the player doesn't know anything either, and so it's kind of like the character and the player are discovering together. Could go that ways. Hmm. trying. Yeah, I guess it's a decision I have to make. Most games, the protagonist knows right away who he is and what he's supposed to do, unless, as I said, an amnesiac. So I can either have him say, um, so I can either have him do something and then reply if only he had his hands back, or if only he could talk to someone, he could get, he could break the curse. So in that instance, we would see his thoughts. But in the other way, where he doesn't really know about his past, then I could merely hint, still using thoughts, but hint that he is trying to piece his past together. Inside the break, the internal can give them insight and to make clear what he's trying to accomplish. And I feel like it's a bit more upfront with the character's motivation, can reduce some of the mystery and discovery could come from the player piecing things together. My strength used to be my pride. This statue reminds me of something, but what I can't remember. In this case, you wouldn't have to introduce the curse from scratch, as players already know that the goal is to break it. The challenge is mostly figuring out how to getting the player involved in the process. Protagonist doesn't know his past amnesiac approach. This creates a sense of mystery and discovery for both Sir William and the player. The player learns about Sir William's past through exploration, interaction, and piecing together clues. It also allows for more gradual character development. It's more of a slow burn. The player doesn't have immediate access to the goal and has to work to uncover it. However, if done well, it can make the payoff feel more satisfying when the player finally figures things out. Uh, Hybrid approach, idea, middle ground. You could have a blend of both. Sir William knowing he's cursed and needing to break it, but having amnesia or fragmented memories gives the player an immediate goal, break the curse, but also leaves room for exploration, covering Sir William's backstory. For example, go break the curse and turn him out. I know we need to save this for him, but I can't remember how it happened or what I was before. Okay, yeah, actually, that's probably a good idea. That's probably a better way, you know, because you want to kind of keep parity with the rest of the characters. Most of the characters, they're pretty explicit as to what they're doing. So like Roland's searching for his dad, and so the first thing he does is the first thing he actually does is approach. Um, the first thing he actually does is approach the dwarf mines for the ideas for one last time. Although I don't know if you'll read that or see that, but he's approaching it, and then an old dwarf comes out and then tells him about his dad, and instantly you know that he's searching for his dad. Or I don't remember exactly. I said that, but maybe he doesn't get into the mines just yet. He doesn't get into the mines until later. Now he goes into the mines to find his dad, and he finds his dad in there. Um, I don't know. I might have to. I might have to redo Roland's kind of his way of doing stuff. He's trying to find his dad, but in the beginning, he automatically knows where he's at, and he knows a way to get in. Um, Maybe that should be the midpoint. Maybe the midpoint would be him going back to the dwarf mines and the old dwarf stumbling out and stating this thing. So I'm not really sure, but we'll figure it out. Okay, thanks. Uh, all right. So I'm getting close. Getting close. Highlight approach might be good though, but no, it's made me see the other weakness. Like I said, Roland has to find his dad, but if he already found his dad in the story, then that doesn't leave you much. Uh, it doesn't leave Roland much doing. I mean, he does stuff. That's another. That's interesting. Roland acts kind of more like an NPC as well. He doesn't act as a. Well, I might have to. I might have to tighten that up after I get Sir William working here. I might have to go back in and try to revamp. That just means longer story time and less, actual making the game. I don't know. I should probably do it, but it does mean that I probably won't get that many viewers necessarily. Hmm. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I might just do it as is. Um, and I might do the Sir William thing here. Not worry about the Roland part of it until I actually start constructing the game. I might do it that way. I still have to streamline the rest of the plot outline, so I have to finish this, make sure that the points are in there, put them into the main plot outline, continue streamlining it, making sure it's reduced to nothing but events. Then I have to go back and kind of sort everything and kind of batch them up per location, um, and then make sure that I have more than one event on in a room or on a page. I could say on a page, it's like a choose your own adventure book, so it's like on a page, okay? So have more than one event on a single page, and that way it'll reduce how many events or how many pages I have. Because right now there's about 300 or something somewhere around 300 or 400. Wait. Let me look. These are double spaced, so it's not entirely true. And we got a couple of extra lines in here, but it's not quite 400, so it's not quite 200. So we'll say 200 total events, actual events here. So this hybrid approach seems to be the one I'm going to go with. Um, I'm still working on brainstorming. Old military gear, scattered letters and journals. He can't read them though, really. I mean, he can read them if it's like a book. If it's like a folded piece of paper, he can't unfold it because he doesn't have any opposable digits like thumbs. Um, let me think for a second. Also thinking if I went complete amnesiac route, that it wouldn't fit in as well, as it would seem like more emphasis was being put on Sir William than the other characters. If you played it, you would have this satisfaction of figuring out the mystery, but to the detriment of the satisfaction of the rest of the game. So this approach, if I went completely explicit, it might not be as fun or interesting. We definitely shift the focus on the Sir William particular shadow. Main interaction with the rest of the game feeling a bit less engaging, especially if the other characters are involved in separate subplots. We can see the mystery of without making it a central puzzle of the game. The player could still be curious about him, and pieces of backstory unfold naturally. You create a more subtle sense of mystery, and since Sir William's so aware of his curse, trying to break it is goal-oriented motivation for the player. If they don't have to figure out its entire backstory all at once, puzzle piece to be interesting to uncover. Is it ensures Sir William is isolated in his journey. His quest to break the curse could lead to moments of growth where his interactions with the other characters and environments deepen the overall experience for the player. It keeps the Sir William journey connected to the broad adventure. Satisfaction discovery. You want to be rewarding without overshadowing the other important aspects of the game, letting the player gradually put pieces together. Okay. What do you think of this approach? um, I like it considering I came up with it. Well, you suggest the hybrid approach. Yeah, I like this approach. It also gives Sir William things to do before he gets before he meets our heroes. In a sense, this is actually his subplot. His subplot is figuring out what it is. His main plot is freeing himself from the curse. His subplot is figuring out who he used to be. So that kind of fits. That's correct. Okay. Yes. Thanks. Okay, so 2:38. All right. When did I start? We'll say I started at 12:30, 2:30. Actually, I started a little after 12:30, so it's been about 2 hours. Okay, so technically I've made some progress now, even though I haven't written anything down just yet. I'm actually going to write that here next. In fact, I should have already had this document open. So I'm going to write this. I'm not sure if I'm going to write this in plot point format or not, but maybe I will. But I'll figure that out here in a sec. but I think I'm gonna go ahead and take my break because I need to use the facilities, and um, I can digest a little bit about what I just what I came up with, or what I came up with ChatGPT with. So I guess thanks for watching so far or listening so far, and I will be back in approximately 30 minutes, approximately 3 o'clock my time. So it's right now it's 2:39 my time, and so whatever it is, like I said, in the UK you can extrapolate for Europe, for half of Europe. UK time it's going to be what 7:39. So I'll be back 3 my time, or 8 p.m. UK time, I guess. So yeah, I'm gonna be on break. I'll be back. Um, let's see. Yep, 30 minutes or so. Thanks, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. Okay, I don't know if it matters, but I am back, and I'm back for a little, but a short while, not a long while, but I think I have enough here to I might not be adding it to the plot outline just yet, but I think I've got enough here that I can create craft something. We're gonna say the midpoint. I'm gonna treat this as though it were. I don't want to miss that. I'm gonna treat this more as if I'm creating the first half of a plot outline. Okay, so I think I have enough to create a partial plot outline, aka screenplay outline, where um, um, this stuff here amounts to to I plot point one, and midpoint is going to be about uh, where Sir William is chased into Lapswood by the Black Knight. Um, I want to outline so the um, inciting incident is not going to be when okay. I want to outline now. I need to figure out where Sir William starts out. He's already been turned into a unicorn. His memory about it is not so good, but he does know a few things. But I need an inciting incident, sort of leads Sir William into going after Hubert. Um, so maybe you can help me come up with that. Pretty strong inciting incident, so he leads him. Familiar face. Speak of Hubert as one. School of inner disturbance. Pursuit intensifies. Magical artifact, unknown through your voice or whisper. Okay, I'm trying to think here. Um, so we know that finds the Hubert is important. So getting into Wizard U is probably going to be top point one. The finding the information about demogrification. Seeing Hubert's painting defaced, etc. So what clues him into going into Blizzard U in the first place? Huh. I'm getting there, just slowly but surely. I'm getting there. Oh wow! I just dropped a viewer from even when I entered in here. Amazing, amazing. Okay. It needs to be compelling and immediate reason, given that hero is important and side effects will just become more difficult to handle. Magical artifact or vision. Seeing a familiar name or symbol. Painting magical disturbance. Which of these ideas aligns best with what you're envisioning? Um, Still thinking, thinking. Let's see. Okay, so we introduced Roland at the dwarf mines. Let me see. Let me look at the plot outline. Why Roland? So the princess is on a train heading toward Princess Prep. Okay, so that makes sense for that. Roland. Oh, see, he's trapped in the Gnome Kingdom, so he already knows where he's at instead of having to find him. Goes into the dwarf mines. Okay. I guess I can keep that. Maybe I don't have to modify. I'm gonna stream a little. I'm streaming as we type. Um, Okay, I guess I don't need an extra thing that leads up to the deal, because part of the deal is finding the secret entrance. Now, Roland knows the secret entrance, but um I can actually kind of fudge it a little bit by saying he has to remember, or he has to kind of refigure it out, so to speak. Like he knows some ideas about how to get in there, how to get into the secret entrance. I haven't really explored that myself, even, but that can be in lieu of any kind of backstory on actually looking for his dad. Anyways, okay, so how do we introduce the other characters? Chester. Somewhere in the kingdom, Chester, a friendly dragon, lands at the entrance to the caves of Dragonmount. Okay, so he just outright he okay, so this is, I guess this is how we do Sir William as well. I guess we're gonna start him. All right. Okay, so I just looked over my outline. Apparently, the characters are mostly introduced at the point uh, they say enter the story. Enter the story. In other words, Roland shows up at the dwarf mine entrance. Princess Karen is on a flying train. Hubert actually starts out at his home. Chester arrives at these mountain caves called the Caves of Dragon Mount. Um, well, that's going to try to generate something. At the edge of Lapswood, near Wizard U. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I already have an idea for that. This is actually before he enters Lapswood, but it makes sense to actually start Sir William near night school. Um, where he ends up observing his own statue. Uh, Mr. Williams Gold Edition. Yeah, yeah. I didn't ask it to give me all this stuff. Um, hmm, maybe. I don't know that a knight would um mock a unicorn for um for no particular reason because no one knows what happened to Sir William. It could be very vague. It's in the leave. Hmm. It's okay. I know I should be uh I know I should be speaking here, but I'm just still trying to think of. I have to bridge the gap. He needs to go from night school to Wizard University, and he needs something to clue him into. I think I just figured it out. So I need him to go from night school to Wizard U. However, I need something that would hint this to him. I'm guessing maybe like you said, a couple of knights uh, are standing in front of his statue, talking about him disappearing, and then wondering what happened. Maybe he's under some sort of enchantment. Um, One could reply, um, uh, good luck with that, even if Wizard U wasn't closed. Um, do you think any of those professors uh, would help him? Ah, that's it's a lot of exposition though. So, um, but I could limit it. I could actually limit it somehow. But I could just put this as a thing. Everybody, good luck with that. Even if Wizard, you think any of those professors would help him. Um, from what I heard, is was big enough to land a train on. Any of these professors, any of those, any of those professors would help him. From what I heard, his head was big enough to land a train on. Such a shame, too. He was a great leader and a great warrior. So even though this is a lot of exposition, um, the idea is these two guys are talking about Sir William. Um, and what happened to him. So now there's a hint he should go to Wizard U to find a wizard. Well, you go to Wizard U. He wouldn't know how to find a wizard necessarily, but maybe. In the distant zone. I can't believe Sir William, the greatest knight the school has ever had. Now, poof, gone, vanished without a trace. That's funny. It comes up with its own thing though. Crosses his arms, eyes narrowing. Yeah, a real mystery. The way people talk, it's almost like he's still out there. You think he's under some sort of enchantment? Maybe turn it into something? I heard rumors. Good luck with that. Even if Wizard U wasn't closed down, you really think any of these professors would help him? It's big enough to land a train on. That was my idea. They probably sent him back to a statue claiming it's the will of magic or some other nonsense. I, uh, yeah, but still, such a shame. He was a great leader, a warrior who could take down a dragon without breaking a sweat. If anyone could break this curse, that one cut him off. That's the thing, though. Everyone's too busy fighting their own battles to help. Too bad we can't get Sir William back. Yeah, that's not actually not a bad conversation. I could use that. I don't think I will though, but it's a good thing. Sir William alone stares at the statue for a moment longer, his thoughts racing, internal monologue. Was it you? Did they help me? But would they even care? I don't remember being much of a night anymore. My head's still big, isn't it? There's something to the words. There must be a way to break this curse. Slowly trotting away, his gaze fixed ahead as he towards the distant path leading out of night school. Um, Conversation accomplished a few things since Sir William's past. We get an impression Sir William is respected, but now shrouded in mystery and people speculating what happened to him. Direct Sir William comes up organically from the night's dialogue, providing clear path. Foster Sir William's self-doubt and uncertainty. Light-hearted commentary about his big head and the sarcastic mention of Wizard Youth reinforces that Sir William might feel like a bit of an outcast. Position the Knights are essentially informal and feels more like a casual conversation rather than obvious plot dump. By the time Sir William heads towards Wizard, he is already motivated, still unsure. His next steps can include asking for help, facing resistance, or finding clues. Um, yeah, this will probably work. Um, he's also got to see his reflection somewhere, and okay, yeah, this will probably work. Um, While not important to the actual plot outline, he will um, end up seeing his reflection, further reinforcing the possible fact that it's a curse. Okay. So now I need a reason for him to want to enter. That's not true. I guess I don't need a reason. I guess maybe I don't need a particular reason for him to actually enter Lizard U, since that's kind of his goal. Uh, okay. Okay, so now, okay, so this is how I'm envisioning this playing out. We're inside. Are we inside? We're inside because that's where the statue would be, not necessarily outside. It might be outside by the gate, but um, maybe it's a reflecting pool. You know what? We're in the boundaries of night school, and among the tents and buildings, um, it says rescue tower, the jousting arena, barracks, etc. Um, Sir William walks into when the boundaries in the middle is a large statue of a knight and a reflecting pool. Actually, what? Okay. Maybe I don't want to do all this. Okay. So, I Sir William walks toward a giant statue and reflecting pool as two knights are standing discussing Sir William as they're standing directly in front of the statue. They state that they wonder what happened to Sir William. Okay, so they wonder what happened to Sir William. Suggest maybe he was enchanted and that the wizards over at Wizard you probably wouldn't even help him because of his ego, but that he used to be a great knight. As they walk off, Sir William walks up to the pool and sees his reflection and notice it flicker a second between the unicorn and the human visage. Okay. He then figures he needs to go over to Wizard U because someone there might help him. It's a lot. Okay. Point one. Hold on a sec. Okay. So, all right. Plot point one. Approaching Wizard U and noting it seems to be closing. It seems to be closed. He tries to push the door open, but it seems to be locked. So he takes a running start and rams it with his horn, knocking the door off the hinges. He then explores and finds the Hall of Fame paintings with Hubert's being defaced, having been defaced. This is going to be a lot for the little plot outline, so I'll have to fix that. Having been defaced. He then wanders into the library and searches and eventually spots the curses section and pulls off a few books with his horn, and one opens to a page on transmogrification. So figuring that, he feels maybe he should go find Hubert, or the one that was defaced. Midpoint. Okay, so I don't know. Going from Lizard U to Lapswood. Um, I have a problem here though, because I need uh, him to find a direction to start looking to find Hubert. A clue in the book. He's looking through the book. I find suggest person might be referenced. Few wizards read this and realize that Hubert might have been involved in this. Being asked to investigate further. Clue left behind by Hubert in the library on the desk in Wizard U could be a message, letter, journal entry. It might have fallen out of the book. They indicate Hubert's whereabouts. At least give Sir William. If you need help with, be careful. I don't know what. Conversation with the library. He's not gonna recognize him. He's a unicorn, so, and he can't talk. So right now, huh. Okay, let's see what it says over here. You're on the right track. Flow of events makes up the point. For example, uh, environmental or incidental clues. Clue in the library. I even I didn't even give him a last name. In fact, I used to call him. Okay, so originally his name was Harold, and of course, because of Harry Potter, I decided to change it. But he was being known. He's known as Hubert Harold Halfway, or Hubert Halfway, because Halfway Magic didn't have an actual last name for him. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit on the nose, though. Symbolic or physical link. Oh, but you know what? I prefer this response. Um, Direct lead from another character. Clue in the Hall of Fame. Okay, so it would need to be a clue, but this one might be a bit hard to find. The book on curses he's currently reading happens to be authored by Hubert. Without trying to hit the player or reader over the head, if they can get if they have enough chance to view the author, they can see in fact, as he's flipping through the pages. Actually, he might be using his horn. That's what I said before. As he's thumbing through the pages with his horn, he notices the back cover is the same painting that's in the Hall of Fame. And his name is also on the book. So hopefully a player or reader is astute enough to make the connection. Maybe he can read that where Hubert lives. From the dust jacket or something, and then he starts out in that direction, which would cause him to causing him to have to cross Lapswood. Okay, so if you don't understand what I say about Lapswood, it's just the name of the Forgetful Forest or the Forgotten Forest or the Forgetting Forest, the Forest of Fading Thoughts. It's like it has a bunch of names. But its official name is Lapswood because of the memory lapses it generates. To cross Lapswood. Well, especially if you're having a more subtle approach. Focus on the cursor so he's not initially processing much else. He then examines the back cover, maybe triggered by this horn nudging the book in a specific way. His eye catches familiar Hall of Fame painting on the cover. Hubert Hammer, this should be a light bulb moment for your player. Same image as the one in the Hall of Fame, the defaced portrait he saw earlier. Like the former head of transmogrification studies. This is actually Wizard U, but currently residing in the ruins of the old vaults near the Lapswood or near Lapswood. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Uh, near the ledge of it, near the edge of the Lapswood or something. Okay, so make point. After closing the book, he notices the back cover and the image is the same painting as the Hall of Fame. Is the same painting as the Hall of Fame. Actually, there could be a funny thing. This is just something I could add in there later. Okay. Is the same as the Hall of Fame, including the drawn on mustache and beard. What? It looks like Baird. Okay. Beard. So you might have thought it was a joke from when Max was in there stealing his own painting and trapping the other lizards. Okay, wait. We'll just say it's the same as. I'm actually going to probably copy what I typed in here into my notes. So, we're almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Image is the same painting as the Hall of Fame, and it states that he happens to live in a, I don't know if it's a hut or not, in a house near the edge of Lapswood. Now, of course, the player wouldn't know how to get to Lapswood, I don't think. We can actually make Lapswood connected to the school's area, and it could be close by so that when you wander, you kind of wander over there. So he leaves Lizard U and starts heading out when the Black Knight starts chasing him. Instead of maybe going around Lapswood, he is chased into the forest where he eventually loses his memory. Okay, that actually sounds good. Just keep turning board. The painting. Okay, why this works. Midpoint revelation. Okay, conflict in status. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, would you display what I typed, including inciting incident, plot point 1, and midpoint? And then anything else I typed exactly as I typed it. so I may have it in one place to copy into my notes. Well, I meant anything else I typed in there, but that's all right. Copy. Okay, let's put this in my notes here. Control Z. Actually, I don't want any kind of special formatting, so paste special and formatted text. Okay. All right, that's good. That's good. Okay, so now I have a definite direction, and we actually, even though I didn't actually write it, put it into the plot outlined up above, this kind of makes everything. This is going to be before he gets lost, and I'm going to try to reduce this to just a few events that I can put it in the plot outline. Shouldn't take more than at least 3 lines. It can be more lines, but should be only 3 lines really. Not much more than that, if any more than that. Uh, I mean, if any, it shouldn't be much more than 3. So okay, so that's good. That means I actually got this thing done. Now it's 4 o'clock, so I should call it quits today. And because I'm on the new cycle of only editing once a week, and doing so basically it's gonna be now one update per week, and it's gonna encompass the all 5 days, Monday through Friday. That means tomorrow I'm gonna continue with this. I'm gonna pare this down. I'm gonna stick this in the plot outline. I'm gonna streamline the plot outline. I'm gonna try to do regroup some things to make it to where it's to where I can reduce it to fewer locations, fewer than 200 events essentially, or fewer than 200 locations or scene changes, I should say. Um, and then I'll be able to make the game out of it, and we'll see that. Maybe I can get one of these AIs to actually write the code essentially. And what I mean by that is what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to create a new room. I'm going to have to make a copy of the scene file. I'm going to have to go in, change the description, including the choice. Well, it'll only be one choice, but including the one choice and the thing at the end. And then it's going to have at least one door, quote unquote door, to the next page, and I have to do that for 200, if not less than that. If I can pare it down, maybe I can get 50, maybe only 25, and still include all the events, right? And if I can do that, maybe I can get it to write me this thing so I don't have to manually copy it, because it means I have to manually copy each deal over, and it's like 200 times, and it's going to take a long time. But this is automation, right? So maybe I can get ChatGPT uh, to write the scene files or something. I'm not sure how T scene files are though. Are they some sort of binary deal? And in which case I have to find a way of saving them as scenes. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. But maybe I can automate the process a little bit so I don't have to spend 50 to 100 to 200 times doing the scenes. Anyways, we're getting close to actually working on the game again proper, and actually, I'll be using Redot, of course. Probably the version that I have, probably not the newest version. I think they have like a release version now. I think what I have is like a release candidate, so it's probably fine just to keep using it because it works. So, anyways, yeah. So okay, so let's go back to webcam, and I want to thank you all for watching and or listening. Me babble. We're getting really close to actually starting the actual game part of it, the actual making of the game, which should be pretty exciting. And like I said, hopefully I'll have. Let's see, it's I guess it'll have to be the end of March. I guess that's what I was aiming for before. This week, though, I get the story locked it down enough to where I can work on implementation, and then I hope to be actually have a version up, maybe on HIO, maybe I think, um, of the Choose Your Own Adventure version of this game, and that way you'll actually get to play it, even if you do know all of what's going on into it. But yeah, so pretty exciting. We get to phase one, and then we'll go on to phase two. And phase two will have me separating the choices from the directional controls. So there'll still be like choices also. Like right now, you can go from 0 to 9, and actually 1 through 9, because 0 is actually the quit button. So 0 through 9, and you pick your choices and just to decide where to go. But when I separate the directions, maybe I'll use the ASD, W and X for the four cardinal directions, and um, or whatever, and they'll be separate commands, separate keys you use to do that. So we'll see how that works out. Um, Separating directional controls, kind of on purpose. It might mean that there will be less actual choices because a lot of the choices might involve actually going in a direction. So yeah, so separate directional controls, maybe expanded story, maybe more scene changes, that sort of thing. Um, but yeah, exciting times, exciting times. So thank you again, and I will see you. Uh, Let me go here. Okay. I think I need a hotkey for thank you pay the thank you scene in OBS. Anyways, yeah. I'll see you tomorrow at around the same time. Thank you for watching.